You got a small glass, probably. Just
Oh, Senator. Oh, Mr. Cartwright. I wonder if we might have a few words together.
I certainly, Mr. Endicott. I see no reason why we shouldn't.
Oh, Mrs. Wright suggests that we use her study. I wanted to meet you for a long time. A happy circumstance that we were both invited to be Mrs. Wright's guests in her home when you and your sons were in San Francisco.
I have the distinct feeling that you might have arranged for those invitations.
Yes, well, to business. You are aware that I own certain parcels of land in Nevada.
Mr. Endicott, I'm aware that you own half of the northern part of the state of Nevada.
I like Nevada, Mr. Cartwright. It's young, vital, growing. I want to help with that growth, which means taking an active part in the politics of the state. I want to ask your full and active support for an old friend of yours.
For what office?
Governor.
And your candidate?
John Faraday, your friend.
Well, Mr. Endicott, our present governor has served this state capably and honestly, and he wishes to remain in office, and he has my full support.
Faraday is counting on you.
I've known John for a long time, and I admired him until he became your tame judge.
My tame judge.
Didn't you pay for all his campaign expenses when he ran for office in Virginia City 2 years ago?
John Faraday has been a good judge, and you cannot say otherwise.
Yes, it's true. But so far, he hasn't had to rule on the legality of any of your land transactions. That's when he begins to earn his keep, isn't that so?
Be careful how you slander me, Cartwright.
Well, I don't consider it slander to say that a man like you wants a governor who will come running whenever you whistle and do exactly what you tell him to. Mr. Endicott, you have a reputation for corrupting everything you touch. Now you want to control a governor so you can corrupt this state. You're not going to do either. I promise you that.
Is this a declaration of war, Cartwright?
Unless you stay out of Nevada politics.
Fighting me can be a very unhealthy pursuit. A number of men could confirm that, except that they are no longer with us.
Are you threatening me?
Make of it what you will, but don't get in my way.
You've talked with Mr. Endicott. I thought you might have something to tell me.
No, John, I haven't anything to tell you. Mr. Endicott possibly has.
Judge Faraday,
Yes,
Mr. Endicott would like to talk to you.
right away. I'll see you back in Virginia City. Good night, gentlemen.
Judge?
Paul, what was that all about anyhow?
Sam Endicott is increasing his investments in Nevada.
Property or people?
Both, Joseph. Both.
I thought you said Ben Cartwright was a friend of yours.
Well, he is a friend of mine. I thought he was.
He will not support you.
Did he say why?
Ben Cartwright has ambitions of his own. He wants to sit in the governor's chair.
But he's never held an elective or appointive office.
He wants to be governor. He asked for my support. I turned him down. He's too arrogant, too self-seeking, not the right man at all.
I've never thought of him in that way, but yes, sir.
With Cartwright against you, it'll be a tougher race, but you'll win. On your way out, ask Mr. Broom to come in.
Of course. Thank you, Mr. Endicott. If I do win, I'll do everything in my power to be the kind of governor...
Never mind. Save the speeches for the campaign.
Mr. Endicott wants to see you.
We've got a fight on our hands. Cartwright is tougher and better informed than I thought he could be. It's an error in judgment, Broom.
And Faraday, is he still in the bag?
He'll do as he's told as long as he can convince himself that it is for the common good. But that's only half of our problem. Cartwright is going to search for ammunition with which to fight us. If he digs deeply enough, he might discover our plans for the development company.
If he does, we'll buy him off.
Not a chance. Ben Cartwright is a highly moral man.
Well, that kind comes a little more expensive. We'll make him a partner.
He wouldn't listen to that for 1 minute.
Well, there's only one answer.
Not so fast. The nominating committee meets in Carson City in 20 days.
Without Cartwright's support, Faraday couldn't be nominated for dog catcher.
If Cartwright endorses Faraday,
No contest. Faraday wins going away. But Ben Cartwright isn't going to change his mind.
so we can't win without Cartwright's endorsement. That means we will get Cartwright's endorsement one way or the other, dead or alive.
As I said, there's only one answer.
You will leave in the morning for Carson City. The hotel?
Cattleman's Hotel.
You rent the biggest suite. Hire whomever you need. You start this campaign with the biggest fanfarade possible.
Done it many times before.
Do you, have a man to take care of,
I'll get one.
Hey, throw my bag down, will you, friend? Look, much obliged, old-timer. Anytime you're in the market for Hastings hardware, best in the West by test, you remember old Welburn White, drummer par excellence. I can read your unspoken thoughts, Mr. Broom. You're thinking that I don't look like somebody you'd hire to kill a man.
You don't look like a man I'd hire to hold a horse.
One of my greatest assets, sir. You just think about it for a minute and you'll see that I'm right. You know something? I never go anywhere without these catalogs. They're my passport. Take me anywhere I want to go, no questions asked. See, I sell hardware. That's my cover. The hardware I sell is very real. I'll sell you 1 2-penny nail, 40 horse collars, or 100 gross of axes. Now I carry another little book that I only show to special people, like yourself. Go ahead, open it up. Prominent Denver attorney found dead. No clues. I'm going to turn the page. Oh, now that's a good one. Wyoming mourns unsolved murder of state's attorney. And you know something? He never went anywhere without a bodyguard.
Here's your advance. That's $500.
Well, now that's right as rain. Plus another $2,000 payment upon delivery, as you might call it.
Time is of the essence.
You mean hit quick and get out of the state fast?
Quick, but not slipshod. The, customer is Ben Cartwright of the Ponderosa.
Now, you pick 'em big, mister.
Not too big for you, Mr. White?
No, sir. They all fall down when they're hit by a 44. Ben Cartwright. I'll have to have a whole new chapter just for him in my little book. I'll leave on the first stage for Virginia City. Oh, come on, relax, Mr. Broom. I guarantee satisfaction. As of right now, Mr. Ben Cartwright is as good as dead.
Come in.
Spare a few moments?
Of course. Court doesn't reconvene for another 10 minutes. Part of a judge's obligation to be available to the public.
Thank you.
Sit down.
John, I'd like to discuss your candidacy.
Yes, I thought that would be the subject of your visit.
Well,
Ben, would it help if I assured you that I did or said nothing to influence Mr. Endicott's choice of a candidate?
I didn't come here to pass judgment on you.
Well, then
sir.
why did you come, Ben? Certainly not to offer me your congratulations or your backing.
Oh.
No, wait. I don't blame you. If I were in your shoes, I'd probably feel the same way. You must have had your heart set on that nomination. And then to be turned down by the man who could help you most, well, believe me, I can understand your disappointment.
Wait a minute, Judge. I don't resent your candidacy. It's your backing that concerns me. And I think it should concern you too, John. And let's get a couple of things straight. I never sought the nomination. But if I did, Endicott would be the last man in the world I'd ever turn to for help.
Well, if that's your story, Ben, I won't argue. If you want to save face, that's your business. Only don't expect me to go along with it.
All right, John. That's what you want to believe. Let's talk about the governorship. And you, and Endicott. Why is he backing you?
Because he's my friend. And he knows I'll do everything I can to be a good governor.
John, I'm going to lay it right on the line. What's in it for him?
Oh, I see through you now, Ben Cartwright. You'd like to get at Endicott through me. Well, it won't work. Endicott is an honest man.
Who just happens to want to pay all your campaign expenses.
Now, if you have a quarrel with Endicott, that's personal. I have nothing to do with that. But don't impugn his honesty or mine.
Court convenes in 2 minutes. Was there anything else on your mind, Mr. Cartwright?
No, I guess not. The worst part of all this is you believe everything you said.
Plenty of people to listen to us. The problem is, what do we tell them?
You tell them the truth. Endicott's trying to steal the state of Nevada.
What do we say when they ask for proof?
Why don't you just tell them what you think, Paul? I mean, people around here have been taking your word for things for a long time.
You're a delegate to the convention. You get a chance to talk then.
Oh, yes, I plan to do that. But as you said, Endicott's a smart man, and he'll be ready and waiting. He'll tell the convention just what he told Judge Faraday, that I'd try to get him to back me, and he turned me down. And then what?
You just cinch the nomination of Judge Faraday, don't you?
2 weeks before the convention starts, huh? Well, I'll try to talk to as many delegates as I can. Hope that I can convince them.
Kind of late for a call, isn't it?
Evening. Mr. Cartwright?
Well, yeah, I'm one of them. What can I do for you?
Well, my card, sir.
Welburn White, Hastings Hardware. Satisfaction guaranteed. It's a hardware salesman, pal.
Well, have the gentleman come in.
Right this way, sir.
Much obliged. Ah, you must be Mr. Ben Cartwright.
That's right, I am.
Welburn White, at your service, sir.
You're a hardware salesman?
Yes, Hastings. The best in the West by test.
Well, I hope you didn't come out from town just to see us.
Well, you're the last of 4 ranches in this
Because
area.
if you had, you've made a trip for nothing. You see, we've been buying our hardware from a dealer in Virginia City for some years now, and, well, actually, there's no reason to change.
Oh, well, that's the fortunes of war, as you might say.
Hey, you stick around for a cup of coffee?
Oh, much obliged, but I think I'll get back into town. You know, a city man like me gets mighty nervous at night out here in the wide open spaces. Well, it was good meeting all of you. You know, it's not very often you get a chance to meet somebody as important as Ben Cartwright. No sirree.
Good night, sir.
Good night there, young fella.
Cheerful cuz, ain't he?
Why shouldn't he be? He got nothing on his mind but hardware.
Yes, that's all I had on my mind. Well, I'd better get some rest. I've got a lot of talking to do in the next couple of weeks.
Good night, Paul.
Good night. Just grazed him. He's still alive. See anything?
No.
Let's get him down.
Yes, get his feet.
I think there are probably some men who might want to see me dead. There's only one I can think of right now.
Endicott. But that night, San Francisco, Mrs. Wright's, he threatened me with murder. I thought I was bluffing.
Well, from what I hear about Endicott, he's capable of anything.
Yeah, what about bushwhacking? Will he risk a hanging?
All kinds of men you can hire to do some bushwhacking for you.
Well, so how do we prove it?
Don't get in my way. Those are the last words he said to me. Don't get in my way. And I got in his way. I got in the way. The thing he wanted most. Faraday's nomination.
No, we can't let him get away with it.
Yes, we can, Joe. We can and we will. Boss, that bushwhacker, he wouldn't have any way of knowing whether I was dead or not, would he?
Oh, no. I don't reckon there's any way he could.
Yeah. All right, then. One of you will go into Virginia City. And you'll announce my death.
What are you talking about, your death? What for?
Now, that Dr. Wilson, he's a man that'll help us in our kind of fight, I think. Talk to him first. We're gonna fix Endicott once and for all. I just can't get used to reading my own obituaries. Well, all this fills me with a great deal of respect. I had no idea I was such a wonderful person.
Paul, you don't suppose them fellas might be stretching a little?
I'm sure they were, but I sure hate to play this kind of cruel trick on some very fine people.
Well, as soon as they find out why you're doing it, they'll forgive you.
I hope so.
Me. Hey. It's just candy with no batch of mail. How is he? Oh, he's fine. He ate a bigger lunch than Hoss.
It does more complaining than any corpse I ever been around.
I wish you fellas would stop talking about me as if I weren't here.
Sorry about that.
There's a lot of excitement in town. They found the bushwhacker.
They did?
Well, Coffee thinks so. It's a man named Briggs.
Briggs? I don't know anyone named Briggs.
Well, that figures. A hired gun Endicott brought in to kill you.
He may be a hired gun, but he looks more like a saddle tramp. His horse had a nick in one of his shoes. Sheriff Coffee found hoof prints to match it near the barn. And there was a rifle cartridge there, too.
Has he confessed?
Not yet, but he had $200 in his pocket. He admits not having worked for 3 months, but he claims he won in a poker game.
Well, it should be easy enough to prove if it's true.
No, not so easy. It was a two-handed poker game in a hotel room, no witnesses, and the loser left town.
Convenient.
Sheriff Coffey's convinced he has the right man, so's the prosecutor. Trial starts tomorrow.
Tomorrow? Sort of pushing things, ain't they?
Well, Mr. Cartwright was a very important man. Town's in an ugly mood. They've got a rope and a gallows, and they're looking for somebody to hang.
That sure changes things.
Well, that convention starts in 5 days anyhow. There ain't no way they can finish that trial up by then.
I wouldn't count on that.
All right, you men, hurry it up.
sorry you have to leave.
So now we have female delegates.
Some of the delegates have wives and sisters. Some of the men have lady friends. That happened to be one of mine.
What else have you accomplished?
I spent a lot of your money. Where I had to, I promised State House help. And where I could, I bought the votes.
We have votes enough?
Almost.
And the Cartwright?
$2,500. I also had to buy you a forger. That was another $750.
I didn't know that they were that expensive.
I always find it wiser to pay what they ask. Otherwise, they might sign your name to a check.
Aren't you going to invite me in, mister?
What are you doing here? According to our agreement, you were supposed to get out of the state and stay out.
That was until I found out who I was working for.
You're working for me.
Not unless your name is Samuel Carter Endicott.
It's all right, Broom. Perhaps this gentleman would like to discuss matters further with me.
Well, if you're Samuel Carter Endicott.
I am. I'll handle this, Broom. You took a chance coming here.
No moon tonight. I left my horse 3 streets down, came up the back stairway. Nobody saw me.
Most commendable, Mr.
White. Welburn White.
I take it that we are indebted to you for all the evidence leading to the arrest of the cowhand Briggs.
Oh, well, you take it right, mister. I stole his horse from the livery stable and used it to ride out to the Ponderosa. And you know something? I played 2-handed poker with him in my hotel room, and I lost $200 to him.
A stroke of genius. And now you feel that you are entitled to more than the stipulated sum. I agree, Mr. White. Mr. Broom is inclined to watch the purse strings over carefully. How much more would you think is fair? 1,000? 2?
Well, now, the way I look at it, mister, this ought to be worth, let's say $10,000 a year minimum.
A year, did you say? Are you saying that you expect an annual honorarium?
Well, a man as important as you have a lot of people on your payroll. But I don't imagine you got anybody with my particular talent.
Touché, Mr. White. I admire your business acumen. You obviously have studied the pros and cons, weighed them carefully, and you have decided that I cannot afford to turn you down.
Well, that's about the size of it, yes.
So you have rightly come here, without anyone seeing you, to make sure that I make sure that you don't talk. And it would be churlish of me to disappoint you. Find his horse and get rid of it. As to our friend there, he will fit very nicely into the steamer trunk which you will ship to San Francisco and load aboard one of our vessels bound for the Orient. Fortunately, that poor devil Briggs will pay for Mr. White's crime.
I never seen a man convicted so quick on circumstantial evidence before.
This town's in an ugly mood. You saw they were looking at the jury. If they'd have found him innocent, they probably would have tarred and feathered him.
Or worse.
I just can't imagine them hanging him so quick. Tomorrow, I've never seen it set so fast.
Well, I'm no authority on hangings, but I don't know what else Judge Faraday could have done. If he'd have kept that man in jail any longer, they'd burn down the jail and him in it.
And the convention starts tomorrow. Well, I'm going to get back to the ranch and give Pa the news.
Right. I'll see you later.
I sure didn't think they'd rush through that trial so quickly.
All we needed was one more day. One day.
And what do we do now?
The governor.
He could stop the hanging.
Yeah. Yes, he would. I'd have to show myself to him. And Endicott would know. One whole day before I want him to. The only thing I've got going for me is the surprise of showing up at the right time. The convention opens tomorrow morning. What time?
10 o'clock.
What time's the hanging scheduled for?
10 in the morning.
Well, we'll ride into town tonight after dark and get Judge Faraday to issue a stay of execution.
He's Endicott's man.
What other choice do we have?
I thought you were a ghost when you walked in. I thank God you're alive.
So do I.
But the rest. Ben, your accusations are wild. Totally without foundation.
Well, I'll say it again. Sam Endicott hired an assassin to kill me.
All right. I believe there was an assassin. But I don't believe Sam Endicott hired him.
But who else would want to see my pa dead?
I think your father will admit he might have other enemies than Endicott.
But who else would want me dead now, at this particular time, just before the convention?
It's conjecture, supposition. Ben, can you prove any of these things in court?
Not at this time.
Well, then your accusations are pure slander. Mr. Endicott can sue you for everything you own and win.
I know that. But given time, I think I can force Mr. Endicott to expose himself.
I'll never believe Endicott had anything to do with it.
Well, if Pa didn't believe it, why do you suppose he pretended to be dead?
To get even with Endicott.
For what?
For backing me as a candidate in place of him.
I told you before, I'm not a candidate now, and I never have been.
Endicott said you came and asked him for his support.
You've known my father a long time, Judge Faraday. Have you ever known him to lie?
All right, Endicott exaggerated.
John. We've been friends. Haven't you wondered why I refused to back you?
You made it quite clear you thought I'd be bad for the state.
No. No, not you. Endicott. If you're elected, you'll be in his debt. And then one day he'll ask you for a small favor for one of his friends. Oh, nothing important, just a matter of executive prerogative. The next favor will be for him. Only it'll be bigger, and the one after that will be bigger again, and then you won't be able to stop him. Or stop yourself.
Get out! Get out and leave me alone.
You're going to force me to show my hand now. Now, John, do you really think that I would use my own attempted murder in self-interest?
Do you really believe that I could play this kind of trick on all my friends? And if I'm wrong, if Sam Endicott is innocent, by tomorrow night I'll be the laughingstock of Nevada, and you'll be governor. But suppose I'm right. Just suppose I'm right. I came here tonight to show myself to you. To save Briggs from hanging. But if Endicott finds out about this, he'll announce to the world that I'm alive and guilty of the worst, the dirtiest political hoax ever pulled in this state. If you issue that stay of execution now, without giving any reasons, you'll give me time to prove to you, to everybody, that Endicott is everything I've said he is. If I'm wrong, you win. If I'm right, you lose. But you'll have done the state a great service. This is the biggest decision of your life, John.
Gentlemen? Hey, Bob. How are you? Say hello to the wife for me. How are you? Good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you again. Jack Van Buren, delegate from Tonopah. I used to work for him. According to him, Joe, it's all but over. The floor vote's going to be only a formality.
Faraday.
That's what the man says.
That's what I heard.
Well, maybe there's something you haven't heard, your name bearing the Cartwright. Endicott and Broom are talking to key delegates in a hotel, helping them make up their minds.
Yeah, I heard that too.
Hi, how are you? How's the wife and the new daughter? Jim?
Oh, yes.
Mr. Endicott would like to talk to you now.
Fine.
Do we? Jim Porter owns the Bar M Ranch. Wife named Mary, daughter Penelope.
Oh, Mr. Porter. Jim, how's the wife? No, don't tell me. I'll remember. Mary.
Oh, it beats me how you do it. We only had an opportunity to say howdy, and that was 6-7 months ago.
Well, a man likes to remember his friends. Only yesterday, I was talking about you to our next governor, John Faraday.
Oh, well, thank you.
Yeah, he likes you very much. Now, what's your pleasure?
Oh, whatever you have, just a short one.
I'm complimented you picked me. I had to pick someone I could trust, Senator. I only wish I could be of more help. I believe everything you tell me, but not all the delegates know you as well as I do. And I can't prove a word of it. You know the man who controls the key delegates is going to win this battle.
Gentlemen delegates, your friend and mine, the Honorable Samuel Endicott, would like to say a few words.
Thank you, gentlemen. In a few minutes, the convention will convene, and the serious business of nominating our next governor will begin. Before that happens, I want to read to you a very important letter from a very important man. The late Ben Cartwright was my friend.
Senator, I think it's about time you got down there.
Thanks. Be right, Con. Well? Good luck.
I now speak for Ben Cartwright. I read to you from a letter that he wrote me the day before an assassin's bullet ended his life. I can think of no man better fitted to govern Nevada than our mutual friend, Judge John Faraday.
Gentlemen, Ben Cartwright never wrote any such letter. Yes, I'm alive. I'm very much alive, Mr. Endicott. I have never written a letter to Sam Endicott. I never put any recommendations on paper. I'm afraid Mr. Endicott has lied to you. He is not my friend. He is not your friend. He is certainly not the friend of the state of Nevada. I told him I would not support Judge Faraday. And when I further told him that I would support none of his nominations, he hired that assassin to kill me. I'd like to see that letter.
Of course.
This isn't even a good forgery. This is not my signature.
Now, gentlemen, Ben Cartwright could or could not have hired the unfortunate man who was hanged at Virginia City this morning to play the role of assassin. But the blame for that poor wretch's death must be forever on the conscience of Ben Cartwright. A human sacrifice for political gain.
Gentlemen, there was no hanging in Virginia City this morning. That man in jail is alive. And the stay of execution was ordered by Judge Faraday himself. And now, gentlemen, the moment of decision. On the one hand, a governor who has served us honorably and well, and who deserves our continued support. On the other hand, a puppet, controlled by Mr. Endicott and Mr. Broom, two scoundrels who have corrupted everything they've ever touched, and who will stop at nothing, not even murder, to get what they want. The future course of our state, the future course of the state of Nevada will be decided today in this room. Now, gentlemen, you can let Endicott and Broom loot and destroy our state, or you can stop them in their tracks. Your vote is the only weapon you need.
Hold up, Ben. I'll be proud to walk on the convention floor with you. Come on. Well, Ben, how does it feel to win on the first ballot?
I'm glad the governor was renominated. Faraday sending that telegram withdrawing his name from the convention sure helped a lot. How do I feel? I'm glad it's all over.
Faraday had a lot more integrity than I gave him credit for. Shame it took a man like Endicott to bring it out.
Well, our friend Endicott's finally given up the ghost.
hardware salesman.
Andy, get the sheriff.
That's 2 out of 3. You satisfied?
That's 2 out of 3, but I'm not satisfied.
Pay for the drinks anyway.
Ain't you two ever gonna give up?
Bruno, anytime Candy admits I'm just a whole lot better than he is, then I'll quit.
Look, I got $5 left from last payday. Let's Indian wrestle once more for the whole thing.
All right, sure.
Which one of you big spenders is gonna buy me a drink?
Martha will let you know in just about a minute. Okay, let her rip.
Left-handed, huh?
Mm-hmm. That's the easiest $5 I ever won.
Are you the proprietor?
I guess you could say so. What can I do for you?
I want a job.
Miss, I think you kind of wandered into the wrong place.
No, I didn't. I sing, I dance, I wait on tables.
I'm sorry, we're all full up. Look, miss, this ain't no place for you. Now run along.
Look, mister, I need a job. Bad.
I've got nothing for you. Not a thing.
Go find the doctor. I'll bring her over.
Right.
Water for the miss.
Thank you. Go on, eat.
Thank you. I think I've had enough.
Oh, come on. You can eat more than that.
I feel so embarrassed about this.
Why? Because you're hungry?
I guess I just didn't realize how much it cost to travel.
Where were you coming from?
Small town. I don't think you would have heard of it.
Where were you heading?
Joe, let her eat. We don't have to ask her all these questions.
Thank you both for taking me in this way.
Forget it. Now we gotta find you a place to stay. Hey, what about Mrs. O'Brien? She's got a nice place.
That'd be great.
Well, I can't let you do that. I don't have any money.
So how are you gonna stop us? Well, there it is. Home sweet home.
Select a clientele.
That's right. You've been selected. Come on.
Oh, my, you poor little thing, you. Would you just leave everything up to Mother O'Brien now? And bless you boys for bringing her here. May I be asking who's paying for this? I'm a poor widow woman, you know. I can't afford to be giving charity.
I'll give you a deposit.
Here. Here's the deposit, and I'll stand good for the rest.
Oh.
Just don't worry about anything. It's gonna work out fine.
Thank you, Candy.
Candy, I hate to rush you, but I think we should get back to the ranch.
Bye.
Bye.
Well, it's the best of care she'll be having here, boys.
You're sure of that, Mrs. O'Brien? Thank you.
Thank you.
Laura, we'll see you soon.
Goodbye, Mrs. O'Brien.
Bye.
Bye, Candy.
Oh, I wish I were a young girl again. That little Joe Cartwright wouldn't be remaining a bachelor for long, I can tell you that. Not with them good looks and all that money.
Oh, isn't Candy nice?
Him, he's a ranch hand. Now, you take some advice from a woman who's buried 4 husbands. God rest their souls. It's just as easy to fall for a rich one as it is a poor one. Now, you remember that. Come along and I'll show you your room.
Well, I gotta admit one thing. You two can sure get involved.
Well, look, what would you have done?
Exactly what you did.
I'm glad you feel that way, Mr. Cartwright. But she's not looking for handouts. What she really wants is a job.
Yeah, that's where we figured you could help.
Well, just a minute now. Don't you think I ought to at least meet this Miss Pollard before I recommend it to anybody?
Well, you won't be disappointed, I promise you that.
I'm sure I won't be. All right. All right, I'll do what I can. But right now, I'm going to go to bed. 5 o'clock comes early.
Good night, Pa.
Thank you, Mr. Cartwright. Five o'clock does come early.
Oh, Mr. Cartwright, I don't know what to say. The kind of job I've always dreamed about.
And you're going to be the finest sales lady that Virginia City's ever had.
Oh, little Joe and Candy and now you.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Mrs. Burton needed a clerk. And, well, you seem to fit the ticket. Simple as that.
Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Let's have some lunch, huh?
Yeah. Do you like it?
It's just beautiful, Laura.
Mrs. Burton down at the store gave me a discount on it. She said I could pay it out of my weekly salary.
It's beautiful. Oh, there wasn't anything wrong with this, Mrs. Bryant. It's just a loose screw.
Oh, well, thank you very much. You know, I feel a bit foolish keeping this in the house, but I'm here alone so much, you know. Now, you young folks run along and have a good time. And Laura, honey, you be home early. Good. I'm beginning to sound just like I'm your mother.
I'll take real good care of it, don't worry.
I'm sure you will.
Andy, you rented a buggy?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you shouldn't spend your money like that.
Special rig for a special girl. Come on. Good afternoon.
Do you realize that you could get me fired standing in the window like
I
that?
thought you'd never get rid of that woman.
Well, she's a good customer.
So am I. Come on.
Would you wait until I get my hat?
Okay, hurry. Okay, let's go. A little different than it was the first time we ate here, isn't it?
Oh, I can't believe how many good things have happened to me in such a short time.
There's more.
Candy, you shouldn't have.
It's your birthday, isn't it?
Oh, I haven't had a birthday cake since I was a little girl.
Well, you have now. Make a wish.
Andy, are you sure all the Cartwrights asked me for supper?
Every one of them. Even me. Come on.
Have a good time now.
Thank you.
Mrs. O'Brien.
Oh, yes?
Passmore is my name.
Well, how do you do, Mr. Passmore? Oh, if it's about a room, I'm sorry I'm all filled up.
I'd like to speak to you about a young girl, Laura Pollard. I wonder if I might step inside.
Well, yes, of course.
Now, I'm not saying that's a lie, but I'm saying you sure do know how to stretch the truth.
I'm telling you, Laura, you better listen. If you find out at the dance, wait and see. He's got 2 left feet.
Laura, don't you believe a word either one of them do. They're both big liars. Fact is, come Saturday night, that dance, you're going to find out who the graceful one of the family is. You gotta be kidding, you, Greg.
Never mind that. Come Saturday night to the dance, Laura. You and I are going to be doing the
Hey,
dancing.
Laura, how about a little game of checkers?
Hey, well, what about cards? You like three?
How about a nice long game of chess?
Laura and I are going for a walk.
Oh, boy.
Hey, would you say that our world-wise cowhand has been smitten?
Smitten? Well, if he hasn't been, he's doing the best job of pretending I've ever seen.
Joseph, you like to win a game of checkers?
Why not?
It's so beautiful here, Candy.
So are you?
It must be wonderful owning a house like that and living on all this land.
I wouldn't know. I just work here. Or had you forgotten?
Why do you say a thing like that?
Just being silly, I guess. I never owned much in my life. Never had anything to offer a girl.
You know something? I ought to be insulted.
Don't be, please. It's just that when I look at you, Laura.
Don't, Candy. There's so many things about me you don't know.
I don't want to know.
But you should. I'm completely alone, Candy. I don't have any parents.
So am I. And I didn't care much. But now I know it's not right to be alone. You should have someone to share with.
That trail town I came from. I worked in a hotel as a chambermaid. Well, I wasn't ashamed of that.
There's no reason you should be.
I hated that town. Saloons, killings, shootings. I had to get away.
I'm glad you did. I've been in towns like that. A lot of them.
You just can't forget the past.
Yes, you can. My world began when I met you, Laura. No yesterdays. Just today. And a whole lot of tomorrows.
It's getting late. We better go back. Come on. Wonderful time, Candy.
Me too. I'm not very good at this. Laura, there's something I have to show you. Something I want to tell you. Tomorrow, after church, I'll rent a rig. Will you go with me?
Yes, I'll go with you.
See you in the morning. But it seems like a year away.
Good night.
You look positively radiant. Was it a nice day?
I never knew there could be days like this.
Oh, well, it's not over yet either. I've got a surprise for you. Your cousin's here.
My cousin?
Oh, now, don't act so surprised. You should have known somebody'd be worrying about you. Now, you go on into the parlor. I'll leave the two of you alone.
Mrs. O'Brien.
Oh, well, good night, Mr. Passmore. Run along, honey.
doing here?
The season was over, the trail hands all left, and our little town found that it could do without the services of a marshal with my particular talents.
But you promised me. If I left town and came here, I did what you told me.
There, now you see, I'm not as bad as you paint me. I did let you go, didn't I? Just as I've let others go, too. Each with a price on their head the same as you. But sometimes I do like to pay a little visit to someone I may have done a kindness for. Usually they're most anxious to pay me back. If they don't, there's always the reward.
But why me?
You're worth $500 to me, Laura.
I'll pay it. So much a month.
That might work out all right. There are those who pay me a little here, a little there. It all helps, but maybe I will need more.
But you know I don't have any more money. Oh, what do you want with me?
I'm not quite sure just yet. But in the meantime, remember, I am your cousin. Because that is what I told Mrs. O'Brien. Well, I'll be at the hotel. Good night, little cousin.
I thought it was excellent.
Well, Mr. Cartwright, I can't tell you what a pleasure it's been to meet all you fine people this morning.
It's been a pleasure for us too, Mr. Passmore. Great pleasure.
Mr. Passmore, if it's all right, I did ask Laura if she'd go for a ride with me.
Oh, of course. I can't just drop in here out of nowhere and expect to monopolize every minute of her time. You young people run along.
Thank you, Mr. Passmore.
If you're at all worried about Candy, he's one of the best I could vouch for, Mr. Passmore. You intending to stay for any length of time in Virginia City?
Well, it all depends, Mr. Cartwright. As I told you this morning, when I heard back home that Laura was missing,
Well, of course, I can understand your concern, but let me assure you, she's doing very well here.
I hope she'll be happy, poor child. All alone, me, a bachelor, traveling the way I do. I'm afraid I haven't been much of a parent to her. Well, if you'll excuse me.
Certainly.
You're not yourself today, Laura. Is there something you want to tell me?
No, it's nothing really.
It's your cousin, isn't it?
Why do you say that?
I don't know. This morning when he was talking to the Cartwrights about himself, about you.
It's the same story I told you, isn't it?
Of course it was. What I meant was, things have been going along smooth and happy here for you. And then someone out of your past shows up. And you can't help remembering a few things you wanted to forget. I know that feeling. It's happened to me.
Thank you for understanding, Candy.
Would you do me one favor? Smile. Come on.
Candy.
Really?
It's a wonder Mr. Cartwright hasn't thrown you out already.
What has occurred to him? Come on. Come on, Pokey. I want to show you something. Look at that, Laura. Been like a whole new world to me. Family. Kindness. Country like this. Sit down. I had a dream about this place the first time I saw it.
Tell me about it.
I never told anyone before.
Why haven't you?
Maybe I was afraid somebody had laughed. Old Candy, the drifter.
I won't laugh, Candy.
I want a home, Laura. There's a knoll not far from here where I built a cabin. From up there, you can see forever. Down in front, there's a canyon. That's where the dogwood blooms in the spring. That's a funny dream for somebody like me, isn't it?
No, Candy. It's It's a beautiful dream. Don't ever stop dreaming. Because it'll come true. I know it will.
I want it to come true for us. I guess I came at you too fast. Maybe I said too much all at once.
No. No matter what happens between us, don't ever think that.
Maybe I should have just told you I love you.
Come in here. I want to talk to you.
Where's Mrs. O'Brien?
She's out. I said, come in here. Well, that was a very tender little scene out there. I watched it through the window.
Why can't you leave me alone?
Because you're worth $500 to me.
I said I'd pay it.
Yes, you did. But that would take an awfully long time, wouldn't it? Won't you sit down, my dear?
I have nothing to say.
I invited you to sit down, huh? Now we'll have our little talk, huh? When I came here, I expected that you'd be worth $500 to me. But that was before I met the Cartwrights and before I talked with Mrs. O'Brien.
You leave the Cartwrights out of this.
I'll make that decision.
Everything was going so wonderful.
It could go a lot better if you would just listen to me.
I listened to you once, and it was the biggest mistake of my life.
Was it now? You could have been hanged for murder. You still could be.
I said I'd pay you. What more can I do?
Quite a bit more. But you're not going about it the right way. You're playing up to the wrong man.
What are you talking about?
Mrs. O'Brien is a very interesting person. There's not a great deal that she doesn't know about this town. And one of her favorite subjects is the Cartwrights.
I said leave the Cartwrights out of this.
This Candy. According to Mrs. O'Brien, he's nothing but a cowboy. Not worth a penny to us. But if you were Mrs. Joe Cartwright...
You must be insane. Little Joe doesn't care anything about me.
Mrs. O'Brien tells me he's quite a ladies' man.
I won't do it. I won't do it.
I expect you'll do just about anything I tell you, won't you now, huh? This Candy, this plain little cowboy. Well, I've shot cowboys in the back before, and I can certainly do it again. Are you sure you don't want to listen to me?
I'll go back to Trail City first. I'll tell them the truth. That man dragged me into the room. He was drunk. He was going to kill me.
Then you shouldn't have robbed him afterward, should you? He was a cattle buyer. Everyone in town knew he had a lot of money. Yet when I found the body, there wasn't a penny on it.
I didn't touch his money. I was just trying to protect myself. You robbed him. You robbed a dead man.
You'd have a lot of trouble proving that now, wouldn't you? Let's talk about little Joe Cartwright. I've just decided you're going to marry him. Come on, I'll fill you in on the details.
I really feel kind of sorry for you fellas. You just don't live right. There you are, sweating over those horseshoes, and you got to work with them mean old horses. Now me, all I got to do is take a little grain into town, and I got the rest of the day off. Got plenty of time to have a couple of cold beers.
You better enjoy it while you can, little brother. Somebody's gonna have to put them shoes on them horses.
Yeah, well, I'll worry about that when the time comes.
That'll be a whole lot sooner than that. I want you back here by noon.
What do you mean by noon? I thought you told me I had the whole day then.
By noon. Boss, how's the new hand working out?
You mean Candy here?
Was that who it is? It's such a long time since I've seen him, I didn't recognize him.
Good. Looks like him. I think that's who it is.
You know, I'd like to keep him around. He's a pretty good worker. And I think I figured out a way how. Joseph?
Oh, did you change your mind about me staying in town?
Never mind that. There's a distracting influence in town that's taken up a whole lot of Candy's time. Now, I've been giving a lot of thought. And I think I've figured out a way to keep Candy out of here where the work is. We're going to have a picnic lunch. I've asked some of the neighbors to drop by a little later. Mrs. Burton is giving Laura the afternoon off, so I want you to drop by and pick her up.
I sure will, Pa. That's kind of a break for me. I haven't had a chance to be alone with Laura since she got here.
Joe. This time it's different. We're not playing games, not this time.
Don't you think I know that, old buddy? Don't worry, I'll bring your girl here. Here we are, and the food's awaiting. Laura, what's the matter? You haven't said a word to me all the way out here. What's wrong?
There's something I have to tell you. I hope you'll understand.
Go ahead.
Candy thinks I'm in love with him.
Well, I guess he does. I kind of had the same idea myself.
But it's wrong. I don't love him. Oh, I like him, of course. And he's good and kind. But I was just trying to be nice, and he misunderstood.
Well, have you talked to Candy about it?
I've tried, but he won't listen. I don't want to hurt him.
You wouldn't say you encouraged him at all, would you?
Oh, no. No. He just misunderstood. You believe me, don't you?
No, Laura, I don't believe you for 1 minute. Come on, why don't you tell me what's the matter? Oh, now take it easy. Best thing to do is tell me the truth.
Candy, stop it!
Let go of me! All right, Joseph. That's enough now. Stop it. Let go! What's all this about? Ask him. All right, what's it about?
Let me go.
house and get cleaned up. I'll talk to you later. Come on.
Candy! Somebody tell me what this is all about?
I got a hunch I know, Bull. Let's go talk to little brother.
Laura, where's little Joe? Oh, now what is this? Don't tell me you had a lover spat on your first date. You know, your cousin told me how you've fallen for him, and I don't blame you a bit. Not with all them good looks and all that money. It's just like I told you. It's as easy to fall for the rich ones as it is the poor ones.
Hi there, horse.
Well,
Nobody invited you.
well, let's just say I invited myself then. Candy, you're going to listen to me whether you want to or not.
Listen to what? What a big ladies' man your brother is?
No, I ain't here to defend little Joe. I do, however, believe him. I don't think he has any interest in Laura other than maybe as a friend or maybe as the woman you're going to someday be married to.
You're wasting your time, Horace.
No, a fella talking with a friend ain't wasting his time.
I said you're wasting your time.
You know, Candy, if I was in love with a gal, I mean really in love with her, I think I'd want to give her every chance in the world. I'd want to hear her side of the story, too. You know what I mean?
I never want to see her again.
Come on, Candy, that's kid talk. If that were true, then you've been lying about being in love with her all along, hadn't you?
She wouldn't see me anyway.
Yeah, I think she would. If she really loves you, and I think she does. I think she'd want that more than anything in the world. Why don't you go see her?
I want to hear it from you, Laura. That's all.
You misunderstood me. It was only friendship. I never said I'd marry you.
Then answer me one question. I'll get out of your life forever if that's what you want. Do you love little Joe?
No, Candy, I love you. I've always loved you.
Everything's all right.
No, it isn't.
Honey, what's the matter?
I killed a man, Candy. I killed a man and ran.
Tell me about it.
It was in Trail City. The crookedest, most wicked town on the face of this earth. Frank Passmore isn't my cousin. He was the marshal there. He's a hired killer. And even worse than all the others.
He's come here to take you back?
No, that isn't it.
Laura, tell me about the killing.
I was working in the hotel. I was scrubbing the whole floor. The door opened. A man was standing there. A cattle buyer. He grabbed me and dragged me back in the room with him. He was drunk, staggering drunk. He started to rip my clothes. He was a madman. I was scared. There was a gun on the table. I thought I could scare him off. I don't even remember pulling the trigger. And there he was on the floor, dead.
Laura, that's self-defense. Any jury alive will believe it.
Oh, I know that now, but I didn't. I was so afraid. I stood there with the gun in my hand. And when I looked up, Passmore was standing in the open doorway, just looking at me. That cattle buyer was an important man. The kind of man our town depended on. Passmore said he believed me, but nobody else would. He said I better get out of town and come here. And when things quieted down, he'd tell the truth about what happened. I was afraid, Candy, so afraid I believed him.
I know.
The only reason he wanted me out of that room was so he could rob that man. He robbed a dead man. I didn't know that then, but I know it now.
Laura, you're gonna have to go back and face it. You're gonna have to go back and tell the truth.
I can't. I'm wanted for robbery and murder. There's a $500 reward on my head.
But you said he wasn't here to take you back.
He wants more than that. He wants me to marry little Joe so that he can blackmail me for the rest of his life.
I'll talk to him. He'll leave you alone or I'll kill him.
Oh, Candy, please don't. He's already planning to shoot you in the back. Please don't give him the
I'm
chance.
not gonna let you face this alone, Laura. We'll fight it. Look, I'll tell the Cartwrights. I'll stand behind you. I know they will. Look, I don't want you to move out of this place. Don't budge. Promise me you'll wait for me right here.
I promise.
Hey, I love you.
Laura? Oh, I was just going shopping. Do you want to come with me?
Thank you.
Mrs. O'Brien,
Oh, hello, Mr. Passmore.
I'm afraid that Laura and I have some family matters to talk over.
Oh, well, then I'll just be running along. And Laura, I hope you appreciate how fortunate you are to have a cousin who's so concerned about you.
Mr. Cartwright!
All right, what was he doing here? You left here with Joe Cartwright. Now, you came back without him. You trying to pull something, huh?
Leave me alone. Leave me alone.
You start talking, and I better like what I hear, you understand?
And that's the whole story, Mr. Cartwright, just the way Laura told me. And I believe it.
I believe it, too. Candy, you get back to Laura and let her out of your sight. I'll go over to see Roy and we'll join you in a few minutes. Joe?
Forget it.
You can ruin my life if you want to. You already have. But you can't ruin the life of the Cartwrights or Candy.
And just how do you figure on changing all
I
that?
told Candy everything. He's telling the Cartwrights and they're going to help me. I'm going back to stand trial.
But you realize that you murdered a man and you proved your guilt by running away and then you robbed him?
You can't frighten me anymore. You can't.
You don't think you're gonna scare me with that, do you?
Don't come near me.
Let go! Let go!
Candy, go away. He's gonna kill you.
Shh, nobody's gonna kill you.
Wait.
You're gonna be all right. You're gonna be all right, don't worry.
Please don't leave me.
I'm not gonna leave you.
Well, we were gonna build the cabin.
Yeah.
I wanted to see the canyon. Where the ferns were and the dog with blooms.
You're gonna see it. You're gonna see every bit of it. Laura. Laura! No! Oh, no! No! Laura.
I had a dream about this place the first time I saw it.
Tell me about it.
There's a knoll not far from here where I'd build a cabin. From up there, you can see forever. And down in front, there's a canyon. That's where the dogwood blooms in the spring.
Candy?
Don't ever stop dreaming. No matter what happens between us.
Oh, it's been a fine day, Lyman. I didn't expect anything like this when I rode into River Bend this morning.
You're not trying to tell me that you gotta go already, are you?
Afraid so. Mr. Cartwright wants us back to the herd come dark.
That's 2 whole hours away.
17, black and odd. No one.
Hot! No! We lost again. That's the hungriest roulette wheel I ever saw.
I drove first.
Come on, Loopy.
We need a drink. Bets down, gentlemen.
2 beers, buddy. All right, Shorty.
Gonna have to be a roundup in here before we go anyplace.
How about it, Loopy? Well, 1 roll. Low man buys the drinks. Go ahead. I gotta get lucky sometime, Shorty.
Seems more like a lifetime since we left Clearwater.
It all came back today, didn't it? The barn dances, the band concerts. Hey, why the tears?
It's awful nice to say hello to an old friend. Not so nice to say goodbye.
You still can't lie with a hoot. Come on, what's the matter?
Candy, do me a favor.
Sure.
Just ride on out of here. Do you hear me?
No, not till you tell me.
Why don't you take care of the ones in the saloon? I'll take care of these.
How big of a herd are they running?
About 600 head.
All right, boys, let's find our horses and get back to the camp. Come on, let's move.
I thought these fellas might put some fresh money in the sheriff's till. Now I'm sure of it.
Come on, fellas, come on, come on.
Where's Candy?
He's inside talking to a girl. He'll be out in a minute.
Mister, we run an open town here, but we don't like trail hands coming in and trying to take it apart.
Well, I'm sorry about that. You're right, Sheriff. Of course, I'm taking them right back to camp.
Well, those are your men.
Yeah?
Then you're the one who pays the bill. Now, there's no charge for scaring the citizens because they're getting used to it by now. But that lamp and that water trough your man shot up will have to be paid for.
All right, Sheriff, you're right. How much?
I figure about $30.
$30? That lamp chimney should be worth about 25 cents. As far as that trough is concerned, a wooden plug and a hammer picks up that leak.
$30, somebody goes to jail. Then with bail and cost, board and all that, it'll pile up fast.
$30.
Come back anytime.
I'm afraid your prices are a little high.
Then you better be sure you take all your men with you. Because any I find sleeping or drunk are going to jail.
you shed a few happy tears.
Yeah.
Candy, come on, we're moving on.
I'm staying here, Joe.
No, Candy, please.
If you want to do me a favor, ask your pa to give me my pay.
Here he comes. You ask him yourself.
Let's move out. We got to hurry to move up the trail. If you two can carry yourself.
Mr. Cartwright, I'm staying here.
Candy, we got a sheriff who would like us to move out.
I met an old friend, Lila Holden. She needs some help.
No. He's mistaken, Mr. Cartwright. I don't need any help from anyone.
It's not that I'm leaving you short-handed. You got more drovers than you need.
That's not the point, Candy. I'm trying to tell you something. The sheriff would like us all to move out.
Agreement when I hired on, Mr. Cartwright. I can quit any time. You can send me down the road any time, right?
True enough, but you just heard the young lady say she didn't need any help.
Mr. Cartwright, please, my pay.
You want your pay here, right now?
That's right.
You didn't tell us you had any friends here in town.
I didn't know it till I rode in.
You sure?
Sure. Thank you.
Good luck. And don't get in any trouble. It's a rough town. Soda?
Take it easy. Well, a girl he hasn't seen in a long time. Strange town. I think Candy's asking for trouble.
You mean he ain't going with us?
I'll tell you about it later.
Of course, I must say, if she looked at me like she was looking at him, I think it'd take about 40 horses to pull me out of here.
All right, let's go.
You stole 19 of my dollars. How about you?
12.
Let's get back.
How are we going to do that?
What you bet on?
Red. Me too.
Well, now we'll bet on the black. Let's go get it.
All right, at least tell me this much. Do you want to stay in Riverbend or do you want to leave?
Oh, Candy, I want to leave this town more than anything in the whole wide world.
Then why don't you? Stages come and go every day.
Odd. House wins again.
Oh, money. It must be money. How much do you need?
It would take at least $50.
32. I'm 18 short.
No, Candy, I don't want to take your money. Look, just forget it. If you left right now, you could catch up with Mr. Cartwright, and I'm sure he'd give you your job back.
There's a money stretcher over there. Now, you wait for me right here, and I'm going to make 50, 60 out of this in a real hurry.
No, Candy, whatever you do, don't.
$27 red, even. No winners.
Candy.
Hey, Candy, old buddy.
How's your luck? How's the luck? Not so good.
Place your bets, gentlemen.
Black.
Come on. Come on.
12 red and even. No winners. House wins again.
Listen, let's switch back to red.
No, black. Candy's betting black.
Hello. All right. All bets down?
This wheel's rigged.
Wait a minute, buddy.
All right, boys, let's get our money back.
Hey, I got him! Hold on,
Now get out.
Oh, Sheriff. I didn't know.
Lila. Come here. You spent a day talking to this one. Who is he?
Candy, just another drover.
Not another one of your friends. You're not trying that again.
Oh, no, Claude, of course not.
Get out of sight and stay out till I tell you different. All right, on your feet. Let's go.
Come on, let's go. Come on, you two.
Kind of got a little delayed, Mr. Cartwright.
600 head of cattle to move and you get delayed.
Yes, sir. We was coming right back, but Loopy sort of got pinned down. Well, not exactly pinned down. I mean, knocked down. It was purely terrible, Mr. Cartwright. It was a crooked wheel. And Candy got annoyed. I never seen the likes of it, Mr. Cartwright. Candy and me and Loopy snatching at the money they stole with that crooked wheel. And the sheriff pounding Candy. And Candy hammering him to a pulp. And then knocking him around that saloon. Just hammering him and hammering him.
What happened, Candy?
The deputy knocked him over the head with his gun butt. With his gun butt! How you like that? After all that pretty fighting.
I understand you had a bit of trouble here. You might say that. That's quite a herd of beef you're moving. Horn tells me about 600 head. You keep a pretty close check, mister. Booker, Claude Booker. And we like to know where we stand. We don't set the tariff on problems like these unless we know a man can pay for them. I've got two of my men in jail here. What's the bail?
Well, the bail's set at $100. Damage to town property is 200 more.
It's a bit steep, isn't it?
If you think so, go take a look at that saloon they wrecked. Now, this only pays for the one called Loopy. There's no bail set on the other one.
What do you mean, Candy?
That's quite a name he has. Maybe he won't be so sweet time we get through with him.
Get back to the herd.
Mr. Cartwright.
Get back to the herd. All right. Now, since when do you keep a man in jail without bail for breaking up a saloon?
Whenever I feel like it. The law says I don't have to let anybody out on bail unless I figure they'll be here for the trial. That one doesn't look too dependable to me. He's the type that'd skip town and not have to go after him. He's better off where he is. Until the trial judge gets here.
All right. What'll that be?
2 or 3 days.
What are the charges?
Charges? Mister, I got a list of them. Destruction of property, assault with intent to kill, interfering with an officer in the performance of his duty, resisting arrest. That's only the beginning. And each and every one of these charges can cost him $500 and 6 months in jail. Your boy's going to be a lot older and a lot poorer before he's out there busting up another saloon.
How can we see him?
Help yourself.
How you feeling?
Pretty good. How's the other fella?
Well, that's where we got a little problem.
Yeah, I know. I heard him.
We're trying to get you out of here, Candy, but it's going to take a little longer than we figured.
Who wants out? All the comforts of home. Of course, I'm going to miss old Loopy.
Candy, you're going to need a good lawyer.
Well, that's very kind of you, Mr. Cartwright. But I don't need a lawyer. I can get out of here all by myself.
Now, don't be ridiculous with a sheriff like that out there.
Let's get one thing straight, Mr. Cartwright. You don't owe me any favors. I'm not asking any.
I'm not giving any favors. I'm offering.
That's the way I want it.
All right. I'm going to stand here arguing all day. Come on, we've got a herd to move.
Pa's offering you a lawyer. Now be smart. Take him.
Joe, thanks. But I don't need it.
All right, suit yourself.
Take it easy, buddy.
See you later, Hoss.
In case he wants to buy some stamps or send a telegram.
You take good care of your friends. We'll try to do the same. Unless he gets it in his head to break jail. We got a way of handling that, too. A long pine box and a short reading of the scriptures.
That's $2 for holding the horse overnight, including feeding and use of straw.
$2?
Yeah.
Well, what if... Well, I ain't got it. I...
Back in the jail.
Jail? I just came... Mr. Cartwright! You hear what he said he wants? He wants $2 just for holding my animal overnight.
If you've got any objections, take it up with Sheriff Booker. The regulations is posted in his office. Prisoners are responsible for all costs in holding their property while spending time in jail. $2.
Here.
Okay, get your own horse. I'm going to get myself a beer.
Loopy. Get your own horse.
Thanks, Mr. Cartwright.
Mr. Cartwright? You just bailed one of your drovers out of jail just now. Why not Candy?
Well, we tried, but Sheriff Booker said no.
Then you just tell him to stay right where he is. No matter what happens, he mustn't try to leave. No, don't come any closer.
What do you mean exactly?
Just what I said.
Ma'am, Candy's locked up over there behind bars. He ain't likely to go no place.
Well, now you just do what I tell you, you hear? Other men have been locked up safe in that jail and have got killed. I know. I know.
Loopy, you get back to camp. Joe, you go with him.
Maybe you get started. I'll catch up, Jay. I got my horse down the saloon. All right.
You and I better find this Miss Holden and find out what this is all about.
Yeah, don't you think we ought to split up?
Yeah. You go back there, I'll look out here.
Yes, sir.
Miss Holden!
Oh, please let me go.
We will, Miss Holden, but first we got to know a little more about those men who were killed in that jail.
But I've told you all I know.
Not quite, ma'am. You hadn't told us who they were.
Or why they were killed, or how.
But I've nothing more to say. I've nothing to say to you, nothing whatsoever. Claude, keep them away from me. Please, Claude.
What are you bothering the girl about?
Well, Canty stayed behind in town to be with Miss Holden. We're just trying to find out how Canty was acting when he was in the saloon.
You run along, Lila. How much trouble are you looking for, mister?
Oh, it's Joe's.
Hey!
What do you want?
What are you doing with my son's horse?
Storing it, $2 a day, feeding the straw. Read the regulations.
I asked you a question.
Sheriff?
Get your hands off him. What are you holding that horse for, Clemmy?
Horn told me to. He just put the owner in jail for breaking up the mirror at the Sapphire Saloon. Come on, boy, come on.
One thing about this hotel, the guests are in no shape to pick a room when they check in.
How long have I been here?
10, 15 minutes. After what happened to me, I thought you'd have enough sense to stay out of here.
Yeah, staying out was easy. Just getting in it was a problem.
I can understand breaking out of jail. Why would you want to break in?
To keep you alive.
That whack on the head must have shook you up more than I thought.
It's not funny, I'm serious. You know that girl you were talking to in the saloon?
Lila Holden, what about her?
She told me to tell you to stay put. Some other men tried to break out of here and they were killed. She was afraid the same thing might happen to you.
$400.
The 400 is just for the damages. And boy, you was running up quite a bill. Bar mirror that came all the way from San Francisco. 2 tables, 3 chairs, 7 bottles of whiskey.
Now, look, you can call it damages. I call it robbery.
Your privilege, as long as you pay.
And suppose I refuse to pay?
I'll impound 100 head of your beef. $400. Now, about the bail.
Never mind about the bail. I want to talk to my son before we discuss bail.
Show Mr. Cartwright the prisoner.
Well.
Why? Guess you're a little surprised to find me in here, huh?
Nope. I'm not surprised at anything you do anymore, Joseph.
Kind of mad at me.
Nope. No, I'm not mad at you. If you want to spend your time in jail here other than help take the herd up the trail, that's your business.
Oh, look, I never said...
I'm not going to bail you out.
Got your comeuppance, didn't you, boy?
Boss.
Yes, sir.
Better get back to camp and get the herd started.
Yes, sir. Paul, do you think that sheriff really thinks you're angry with Joe?
We'll have to wait and see.
Who have you talked to so far?
Well, Corker Samuels and Bud Purdy.
Pair of good men, yes sirree. Corker's been mayor of Riverbend going on 10 years, and there ain't a better feed and grain store anywhere than Bud Purdy's. What'd they say about Booker?
Various things. What do you think about the man?
Why ask me? I'm just a barber.
Well, from my experience, a barber shop is where most of the influential people in the community congregate.
Now that part's right.
And Barber seems to know more about the community than even the mayor.
Well, I do know a little bit about what goes on in Riverbend.
But you know a whole lot of what goes on.
I've shaved him since he got the star. That's, let's see, 9 years come April. Now, he does his job. Nobody's going to argue about that. He's never been caught stealing or drinking to excess. He likes the ladies, but that's not against the rules since he ain't married. He's had to kill 4 men, line of duty.
4 men, huh? Gunfighters?
2 of them were. The others... Sure nice talking to you, Mr. Cartwright, and hearing about the ranch.
Well...
You come back soon.
I sure will. There you are.
Thank you, Mr. Cartwright.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye now.
Hello, Sheriff. What'll you have?
A shave.
Some talker, that one. He was here for an hour, and I couldn't get a word in. Not one.
I bet.
Beef stew, fresh bread, and hot coffee. You're getting the same food I get.
You got my sympathy.
Yeah, mine too. That stew even smells tough.
Keep on, I'll make it bread and water and forget the bread.
You saw it?
You forgot to turn the key. The door's unlocked.
Oh, he didn't forget. He wanted you to see it.
I try to go and he kills me.
Mm-hmm.
You keep saying that. The man wears a star. He's been sheriff around here a long time. Why does he want to commit murder?
Look, why don't we stop talking about it and I'll prove it.
With who, me or you?
With me.
You proved it. Now he's gonna have to kill you too.
You're asking my opinion as an attorney?
I'm also willing to pay for it.
Well, that immediately sets you apart from the other citizens of Riverbend. Just, what do you want to know about Sheriff Booker?
Everything.
It's an order I can't begin to fill. Before Booker, Riverbend was a town torn to pieces every time a herd came up the trail. Riots, fistfights, shootings. Booker said he'd stop all that. Also that he'd work without salary.
He kept the fines.
In lieu of wages.
License to steal.
That's been said, yes. But it is legal.
Suppose there's no fighting.
Well, that hasn't happened yet. There seems to be no end to, provocation.
Female provocation? So he put the drovers in jail, threw a heavy fine at them. The trail bosses had to bail them out or else they couldn't get their herds to the railhead. O'Brien's a thief.
He stays within the law.
I understand that he shot and killed 2 unarmed men in jail.
Prisoners who were trying to escape. Sheriff Booker had to shoot. In self-defense.
There were no witnesses.
As a matter of record, no.
Why don't you get rid of him?
There are a lot of us who'd like to do that. But we keep telling ourselves that he does maintain law and order and that our streets are safe for our women folks at no cost to us. The truth is, Sheriff Claude Booker is a cold-blooded killer. We're afraid of him, Mr. Cartwright. And if you're wise, you will be too.
Got a customer, Hank. Yeah?
A beer. And some information.
What do you want to know?
Where can I find Miss Holden? Lila Holden, she works in the saloon.
Wrong saloon. Probably wrong town. Be smart. Right out. Do your asking someplace else. Howdy, Tom.
Hi.
Lila Holden, Empire Hotel, room 17. I'll take that 10 you offered the bartender. Barbering business ain't been too good lately. I also do undertaking. Wouldn't surprise me if I had some to do any time now.
All you did was have a drink with him, and he quit his job to help you.
But I didn't need any help. I told him that. I told you that.
Now, look, Miss Holden, you came to that Liberty stable. You begged us to tell Candy not to try to escape from Booker's jail. Why?
Did I say that?
Yes, you did. Now, why? Was it because 2 other men had been killed trying to get out of that jail? You were afraid that Candy would be killed too? Is that it? Is that it?
Yes. Yes, I was.
Now, Miss Holden. Miss Holden, please. Why were those 2 men killed? Why?
Because both of them were trying to help me escape from Riverbend. From Booker.
And Candy was going to help you too, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Miss Holden, is there any tie between you and Booker? I mean, legally or?
Oh, no. Except a year ago when I came here broken and hungry. He was good to me, that's all. But now, he thinks that he owns me. Twice I got on the stage and he came on and dragged me back.
And yet you work with him. You entice people in so you can throw them into jail and find them.
But because I have to.
You have to.
I thought it was sort of a joke at first.
Very funny joke.
But as soon as I found out what he was up to, I tried to stop.
Did you?
But he wouldn't let me.
He wouldn't let you.
I think you'd better go.
I'll help you get away from this town if you want to.
Oh, I want to more than anything in the whole wide world. But you can't help me. Because Booker will find out about it. And he'll find some excuse to put you in jail
And give me a chance to escape and kill me when I try.
Yes.
Here's $300. That should get you far enough away from Booker that he'll never find you.
I can't. Why, 2 men have been killed already.
Booker's been able to get away with murder twice. He can't a third time. In fact, I know that he can't. You take that. I'm sorry I badgered you before. You pack your things. I'll be here tomorrow morning and I'll walk you to that stage.
Someplace, Lila? Where is it?
I don't know what you mean.
The getaway money Cartwright gave you.
Oh, no, please. I'll give you half of it.
No chance.
200?
No.
250. I'll need 50 for the stage.
You got yourself a deal. 50.
You won't tell Booker, you promise.
Yeah, I promise.
Told you to be here at 5 o'clock. You're an hour late.
You know something, Booker? You really locked horns with a big one this time.
Yeah, who's that?
Ben Cartwright. I looked him up in the files of the Gazette.
I didn't know you could read.
Well, go ahead and make jokes. But there's nobody in Nevada bigger than Ben Cartwright. He can have the whole state right down on top of you.
You sound scared.
No. No, I'm not scared, Booker. I'm just smart. I know when it's time to move on.
Orrin, why don't you go over to the saloon and get drunk, put it on my bill? I'll take care of Cartwright.
Then you'll do it alone, Booker.
You haven't said it all yet. Come on, what's the rest of it?
Cartwright's got Lila.
You're lying.
I'm not lying. I did what you told me. I followed him. It took him a while to find her, but he found her.
She ain't going no place.
Booker, Ben Cartwright's gonna walk her to the stage in the morning. And if you try to stop him, he'll have the Attorney General here. Good luck. Oh, that $5 I borrowed? Take it out of my pay, and what's left, send it to the Fargo Hotel in Sacramento.
Straight.
Yeah, I heard a shot, and I run out of the stable, and I seen Ben Cartwright duck into an alley.
It's good enough. Hank?
Well, I seen someone running. I didn't get a very good look at him. It might have been Ben Cartwright.
It was Ben Cartwright.
I guess it was.
Sheriff Booker, what can I do for you?
I want to see your gun.
Well, can you tell me why?
When I'm ready. Just give me your gun. Fresh cleaned. But it took me 10 minutes to find you. In 10 minutes, you could have cleaned it twice. You're under arrest.
Well, on what charge?
First-degree murder. You shot and killed Deputy Harn.
And when was I supposed to have done that?
I don't try to be funny, Mr. Cartwright. You know when. I was crossing the street when I heard a shot. I saw you run out of my office. I went straight into the office. Nobody there but Harn, shot in the back.
You sure it was me that you saw?
Positive. I wasn't the only one that saw you. I got 2 other witnesses right here.
I seen you, Cartwright. Plain as plain. I'll swear to that.
I suppose you saw me, too.
I seen you.
Well, it looks like I'm going to need a good lawyer, doesn't it?
You're going to need more than that. I got to Harn while he was still alive. With his last breath, he said you shot him.
You have a dying man's last statement and 3 eyewitnesses. I don't suppose it'd do any good for me to say that I didn't do this, that I'm not guilty.
Not a bit. Let's go.
Do you mind if I get my coat? I'm sure you know the mayor of Riverbend, Mr. Corker Samuels. Constable, Mr. Purdy. Mr. Slatter. Mr. Elmont. And of course, you know Miss Holden.
What are they doing here?
We've been talking about you, Sheriff. These gentlemen know all about you. But I had to explain to them why you killed those 2 men you had locked up in your jail, because they tried to help Miss Holden get away from this town and from you. I told them that I would help her get away. And because of that, you'd come after me and arrest me, maybe tonight, maybe tomorrow morning, for something I didn't do.
You're lying. He's just trying to get out of the murder of Harn. Why, I got witnesses.
Of course you have. It was a surprise. You're killing a deputy to get at me. But I was expecting something. And that's why we've been here, together, for the past 2 hours. Waiting for you.
If you hadn't kept trying to get away, I wouldn't. But you're gonna pay too, same as me.
Miss Holden has agreed to turn state's evidence. In appreciation, the court will undoubtedly treat her with leniency.
How about me? I could use some leniency.
Yeah, we're all packed and ready to move out. Take it easy. We'll see you around, huh?
Yeah.
Leave now?
Yeah. All ready to move out.
You need another hand, Mr. Cartwright?
Yeah, I guess we could use another hand. Come on up.
Whose turn is it to clean up?
Yours.
Oh, yeah.
I'm gonna go check the stone bruise on that chestnut.
We'll keep an eye on that hammerhead. He's mean.
This time in the morning, we're all mean. Not gonna hurt you.
Let me see that.
Think you got me?
You say that again. I told you to be careful. We're gonna have to get you to a doctor. There's one in Angeles. It's not too far out of the way. Come on.
Company town?
Yeah, run by the Angeles Mining Company.
Company store with armed guards keeping the customers away. What's going on?
I don't know. It's none of our concern. That's Doc's office over there.
Company orders, Mr. Reagan. I'm sorry.
Well, so am I, Harvey.
Hey, Steve! Steve Reagan, what's the matter? You can't remember old friend?
Oh, just surprised. Good to see you, Joe.
How you doing?
Fine, fine. What are you doing in town?
Just passing through.
You got time? Come on out and see Stephanie.
I wish I could, but I can't. I got a whole string of horses I gotta get to the ranch. Next time for sure. Hey, Candy. Come here, I want you to meet a friend of mine, Steve Reagan.
Howdy.
For us before he married the best-looking girl in Angeles.
Well, I can't say I blame you.
What happened to your hand?
Oh, nothing much. Horse stepped on it.
Horse stepped on it?
Hey, we'll be over in the saloon having a beer. How's that sound?
Great.
Come on.
dynamite out here. Powder shed, Emmett. Somebody broke into it last night. Near as I can tell, 10, 15 cases of dynamite are gone.
What happened to the guard?
Slugged and tied up.
15 cases of dynamite. You better take some men and search the mine. I'll check on what's missing.
Even 5 cases of dynamite planted in one of those side tunnels will bring down all the lower levels. You want that mine searched? You get somebody else.
No, wait. Maybe we won't have to do it. Put a couple of extra men on guard at the entrance. We'll decide what to do when we know exactly how much is missing.
It's hard to believe. It's been a year since I was the best man at your wedding. I don't know how many times I've ridden by Angela's and I meant to stop.
I know how it is, Joe. Get busy. Stephanie's missed you, too.
Yeah, how's she doing?
Fine.
Have another beer.
No. I never sponge more than one drink off a friend. It's a habit.
You're broke, huh?
Like the rest of the miners here in Angeles. The mine's closed down and the company store just shut off all credit.
Well, what's the problem? Man asking for higher wages or what?
No, the mine ain't safe, especially the lower levels. No, we just walked out. Don't you worry about that. We'll make out all right, Joe.
Well, look, why don't you come back and work for us on the Ponderosa? I never figured you for much of a miner anyway.
Me neither, but you get caught up in things. I'm committed here now.
How do you mean committed?
I'm the one that talked the miners into walking out. And they're depending on me. Well, thanks for the beer, Joe. Maybe next time, my treat.
Oh, wait a minute. There must be something I can do to help, Steve.
Now, like I said, we'll make out all right.
Hey, how's the hand?
Well, old buddy, looks like you're going to have to do all the work going back to the ranch.
Not that bad, huh? Hey, Steve, how about giving us some help? If we could use it, be a day's wages.
There's a miners' meeting here tonight. I'd have to be back for that.
You'd be back in plenty of time. What do you say?
All right.
Good enough. Let's go.
Hey, Steve. We've got to talk to you. Later, Uncle Thad. I'm giving Joe here a hand with his horses. Uncle Thad, you remember Joe Cartwright?
Mr. Wojcik? Cave, how you doing?
I'll see you in a minute, Joe.
Right. Good to see you again.
Joe Cartwright. What about the meeting tonight?
I'll be there.
Well, you better be. You know we got decisions to make.
Just a minute. I'll ride this one. You take my horse. It'll be rough string we picked up.
I can still ride anything you can, Joe.
Okay, suit yourself. And the next time you're gonna listen to me when I tell you what horse to get on you, all right? Hey, Steve? Steve? He's dead.
Cartwright. Oh, Uncle Thad. Come in. Won't Steve be surprised to see you? I told him you'd come. I told him. I just baked a cake. You can stay, can't you? I mean, I'll just make a little coffee.
Stephanie, please.
Joe, what's wrong?
Stephanie, Steve's dead.
No, I don't believe that. How, Joe? When?
It was an accident just a few minutes ago. He was thrown from a horse.
Steve would still be alive if you hadn't talked him into going with you.
Go where?
Steve was going to help us drive some horses to the ranch. He was only going to work a couple hours.
If he hadn't come here, talk Steve into getting on that horse.
10 cases of dynamite, a box of caps, 50, maybe 100 feet of fuse. More than enough to blow the mine closed. We better find it. I don't care if we have to rip out every board in every miner's house. We're gonna find that dynamite. Let's go.
Yeah. Make your search, but don't look too hard. Think about it. It could work out just fine for us.
Joe. Well, I'm not much help here. I'm gonna wait for you outside in the street.
I want to go see Steve.
Are you sure you're up to it?
I'll be all right.
Search the house.
This is a private house. You can't break in here like this.
Joseph Cartwright. These men are under my orders, Mr. Cartwright. Nothing here concerns you. I suggest you go back to the Ponderosa where you belong.
And I suggest you get out of here.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Reagan, but we have to search your house.
For what?
10 cases of dynamite stolen from the company warehouse.
There's no dynamite here.
Your husband, Mrs. Reagan, he
My husband is dead.
Now get your men out of this house.
Go on, Garrett. I'm sorry to hear about this, Mrs. Reagan. Your husband and I had our differences, but we don't often get to see Cartwrights in Angeles. Say hello to your father for me when you get back. I would advise you to leave soon.
he?
It's a bad bump, but he'll be all right. I want to go see Steve. Now, will you take him home, Joe?
I'll take care of him. Come on, Mr. Wojcik.
All right, folks, move along. Don't block the streets. Move along now. Turn those horses loose.
Those are my horses, mister. Leave them alone. Leave them alone.
I said turn them loose.
You turn those horses loose, it's going to take 2 days to round them up. You figure to do that?
Put that gun away.
Sure, as soon as he gets away from that horse.
Beat it, Lawson. I want this street cleared. I got enough trouble handling these miners. I don't want strangers getting in my way, getting hurt. I'll give you 20 minutes to get out of Angeles.
Is there anything else I can do?
Stephanie, you must take care of her now. I have mouths of my own to feed.
I'll do what I can. Mr. Wojcik, what's going on here? What are the men afraid of? Is it the dynamite that Hudson said was stolen? Is that it?
I don't know anything about dynamite.
Have it your own way.
The mine. That is what we are afraid of. It is not safe. Bad timber. Shoring no good. Steve knew. He tried to talk to Mr. Hudson. Someday soon, the tunnels will go. I've been a miner all my life. My father in Poland. That is all I know. It is hard work. It is a good job. Maybe someday it'll be better for our sons.
Hey, Thad, Hey, what's Cartwright doing here?
He wants to help.
Why don't you just go on back to your big ranch and leave us alone?
Cape?
All right, Thad, just hold it.
Thanks for helping me, Mr. Cartwright. Thanks. Anna, leave us. To search your house.
Yeah. But they didn't find any dynamite. They can tear down every house in Angeles, but they won't find it.
Give it back to them, Cape.
No, Thad, no. They got the guns, but we got the dynamite. And they're not getting us back into that mine to die like rats. We'll blow it up first.
Ready to go?
No, we can't leave yet.
We've been ordered out of town.
What do you mean, ordered? By whom?
Deputy Sheriff.
That figures. I got the same message myself.
Brady's gonna have some trouble with the miners, he said, once us out of the way.
Yeah, well, that's too bad. I can't leave now.
He never even planned to stay in Angeles. He just got caught up in things. Got involved. I'm pregnant, Joe. Steve talked about you so much. I hoped you'd come by. So did I. I hoped you'd come by and see us. God help me, Joe. I hate you for coming to Angeles now.
Joseph, I'll say it again. What happened to Steve was an accident. It could have happened to anybody. You're not responsible.
Pa, there's a woman back in Angeles who thinks I am. And in a way, she's right. If I hadn't stopped in Angeles, Steve would be alive right now. The fact is, I did stop, and a friend is dead. His wife's a widow,
And expecting a child.
Yes. Now, accident or not, the least I can do is be around when she needs help.
Joe, I just feel that I'd like you not to go back to Angeles until the trouble there is settled.
Well, I have to go back. Stephanie's gonna need help. Well, the other miners can't help her. They haven't been working because the mine isn't safe.
And there's another thing that troubles me.
What's that?
Well, there's a stockholder in that mine. I get reports. I got one here dated about 3 months ago. Signed by an inspector of the Federal Bureau of Mines. Here. And you'll see that the Angeles mine is rated well above federal safety standards.
Oh, I don't understand it. Yeah, but the miners aren't my problem. Stephanie is.
Well, Joe, I would just rather that you didn't go back there. Isn't there something I could do? What does she need? How can I help her?
Pa, I have to help her.
Yeah. All right. But you be real careful.
Yes, sir.
Where are you going?
Angeles.
You have a responsibility, too?
Well, no, not exactly. I can't do any work around here for a while, and it seems like a nice day for a ride.
Where do you think you're going?
Angeles.
Well, do me a favor. Go back to the ranch.
I can't. I just quit. Incidentally, I think you're a fool for going back to Angeles.
Well, then how come you're going?
I'm just as responsible for Steve's death as you are. If that clumsy-footed horse hadn't stepped on my hand, we wouldn't have gone to Angeles in the first place.
Candy, I'd say that was a pretty lame excuse.
It's about as good as yours.
All right, let's go.
I didn't count on this kind of trouble, Emmett.
What kind of trouble did you count on, Mr. Polk?
Oh, you know very well what I mean. Those miners out there, this sort of thing could lead to an investigation.
You take care of your inspection reports. I'll worry about the miners.
I don't know, Emmett.
It's a little late to grow a conscience, Mr. Polk. However...
You know I need the money.
You always do. What does Mary need this time?
You leave my wife out of this, Emmett.
Mr. Hudson, what is it? Oh, that's all right.
There's some miners gathering in front of the store.
Did you put a guard in the door?
2 of them. Those miners are getting pretty desperate, Emmett.
Not desperate. Hungry. They'll start eating again as soon as they go back to work. If they try to break into the store, stop them.
I told you I didn't like it. Shoot one of those miners and you'll have a dozen United States Marshals in Angeles.
And I told you, stick to your inspection reports. I'll take care of the rest.
You should be home in bed.
I feel worse in bed.
Come in. Let me get you some cake.
No cake.
And I'll get you some coffee.
Anna told me about the baby. Who will take care of you? How will you live?
I'll manage.
There is no work for women here. And I cannot help.
You mustn't worry about me.
I was thinking about you and Joe Cartwright. He's a rich man, Stephanie. And he feels responsible for what happened to Steve. If you wanted, you could... It was a bad thing to say. I'm sorry.
Please go.
You go do what you gotta do. I'm gonna be in the bar.
I'll stay out of trouble.
Peaceful as a lamb. Ooh.
Come in. I didn't expect to see you back in Angeles again.
Dad told me that you were leaving.
I am tomorrow. Why did you come back?
I thought maybe I could help. Stephanie, we were friends.
I told you what happened to Steve wasn't your fault. Now, what more do you want?
I want you to believe it.
All right, I believe it. Now, if you're so anxious to help, why don't you help the miners? They need it more than I do.
I thought I told you to stay out of town.
I decided to come back.
Put that gun away.
You want to try a man with two good hands, you go right ahead.
No need. I made my point.
Give me the gun.
You got anything new, broken?
No, I don't think so. Anyway, I know where to find the doctor if I need him.
You make it over to the hotel by yourself?
Oh, yeah, I'm all right. Where are you going?
To a meeting. We're going over there and get some rest.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, well, you're old men. Old men. That's what you are. You're tired old men. Willing to sell the rest of us out. Now, what happened to you, Thad? You were with Steve when we walked out? You told us we'd win. How many mouths do you have to feed, Cape? Steve is dead. We can't hold out anymore. What else can we do? You know. You know what we can do. Blow up the mine. What good will that do? Who asked you in here? I did. He wants to help. Yeah, sure he does. Ben Cartwright's little boy come all the way back to Angeles to help. What's the matter, Cartwright? You miss a meal tonight? Your old man turned you out of your nice soft bed? Cape. Oh, what's he doing here? He don't care nothing about us. His old man owns half the territory. Father owns a piece of this mine, too, don't he? Yeah, maybe Ben Cartwright sent you. It's your father's money you're interested in, ain't it? Cape, that's enough. You said you could help. How?
All right, first of all, you sure the mine isn't safe?
I'm sure.
Well, I read a report from the Federal Bureau of Mines saying otherwise.
Well, why don't you go down in one of them tunnels and find out?
That's exactly what I intend to do.
Sure, he'll go. Then we'll get ourselves another fake report. Well, you go ahead, Cartwright. I just hope you're down there when all at D level comes down. Cape, the dynamite. Where is it? In the mine. Ready to blow it apart.
It may seem that way to you, Mr. Cartwright, but I'd say you've been talking to the wrong people.
Yeah, we've been talking to the miners.
That's exactly what I mean. They filled you with a lot of lies. Mr. Polk here is a qualified inspector from the Bureau of Mines. He completed the report your friend is reading just this morning.
Safest mine in the world, according to this.
So in that case, you can't object if we have a look around.
The mine is closed, Mr. Cartwright, because of the strike. I can't take you down there.
You either show it to me today or show it to my father tomorrow. That's up to you.
Well, since you put it that way, since your father is a stockholder, Mr. Garrett?
What do we need the sheriff for?
These are troubled times in Angeles, Mr. Cartwright. We wouldn't want you to get hurt. Let's go.
That needn't concern us, Mr. Cartwright. If you were a miner, you'd know things are always shifting and moving about underground. It has something to do with the earth tides. Now, that timbering you're looking at, that's some of the oldest in the whole mine.
Wet and dark. All the rest of it's just the same. One of your miner friends, Mr. Cartwright, is about to set off that dynamite, bring the whole mountain down and kill us all.
Yeah, because he knew what I just found out. That every timber in this mine is rotten.
We owe this one a vote of thanks. He just solved all our problems. Stay right where you are.
What do we do now?
We blow up the mine.
Yeah, well, that's in it, huh?
That's right. It's your own fault, you know. If you'd just read the report and let it go at that, you wouldn't be here now.
So first you grab all you can, then you blow up the mine, destroy the evidence.
And they'll blame it all on the miners. They've been threatening to blow up this place for weeks.
And what do you tell them when they find us?
They're not going to find you. Unless they want to move 1 million tons of rock. That's why we hauled you a half mile further into the tunnel. Could you You find some rope?
That's a fuse. That's behind you. Let's go.
It'll be nice to have a Cartwright staying in Angeles. Plenty of fuse. Must be sitting safe in my office when the blast goes off.
All right, light it.
All right, let's go.
Caddy.
Here. Foggy, but here.
Cabe?
Oh, he's still out.
They're gonna blow up the mine.
Well, let's get out of here.
You got any matches?
Matches? Why?
They tied us up with fuse.
Yeah. I think there's some on my vest.
Is it in this vest right here? You see it? You get it? Got it. Straight to the car side. It's too high. Too high this way. This way a little. Back with us, huh? This way. That's it. Hold it right there. Is it gone? Get it quick. You get it? Yeah, got it. Get his hands. Come on, hurry, we got a half a mile to go. Thanks. Come on. I don't think I can make it.
Mr. Cartwright. Well, it's always a pleasure to have one of our stockholders.
Where's my son, Joseph?
I don't know exactly. I believe he went into the mine to make an inspection.
Did he? Well, then we'll make an inspection, too. Now.
Yes, of course. Garrett? having a lot of trouble with the miners here lately, Mr. Cartwright. Almost anything can happen here these days.
What's going there?
I tried to stop him.
Get along, man!
Stop him! They're the ones that set off the blast!
He's hurt. It's not so serious that he can't stand fire. It goes for you, too. Good luck.
Dad said you wanted to see me.
Your father's a good man, Joe. Extending credit to the miners until they can work the mine again.
And they'll be back to work real soon.
But that's not why I wanted to see you. I want you to forgive me. I was so frightened and all alone. I just had to blame someone.
I understand.
I'll be staying with Steve's folks in St. Louis, so maybe you'd come visit me sometime. Maybe you'd even be a godfather to Steve's baby. I know Steve would have liked that.
So would I.
Sunshine left, but we ain't got that far to go nohow. That sure hits a spot.
Want another one?
No, thank you.
Say, I never seen you around here before. Where are you from?
Virginia City. My name's Horse Cartwright.
Oh, Sam.
Sam, happy to meet.
How long you gonna be here?
Oh, a week or 10 days. I'm over here to look at some horses that a fella named Carter's got.
Oh, you come to the right place. He's sitting right around the corner alone.
Oh, thanks.
Judge Carter? Yes, what can I do for you?
My name's Hoss Cartwright. I think you and my pa have been corresponding.
Oh, of course. The horses. Sit down, Mr. Cartwright.
I don't want to take up your time, but I did want to let you know I was in town.
Well, we'll just have a little drink, a little pleasure before we...
No, thank you, Mr. Carter. I ain't even got a hotel room yet.
Hotel room? I wouldn't hear about it. I got plenty of place out at my house.
Oh, I wouldn't want to impose on you. Hotel's fine.
I would consider it an insult if you did not accept my hospitality.
Then you got yourself a house guest.
Sam, bring another glass.
Just make a beer for me, Sam. Thank
Bring some beers. Another bottle of whiskey. By the light of silver moon, come on, light, come on, light, come on, light, buffalo gal, we're coming right in the night. Oh, better not do that. I found a house and I can find the key. Hey, what'd I tell you?
All right.
I can get up by myself.
Are you all right?
Yeah, I'm all right. That stupid door wasn't even locked. I'm going to bed. Sarah, this is Mr. Cartwright.
How are you, ma'am?
She'll show you to your room.
I guess there's never a dull moment when you work for a fellow like Mr. Carter, huh?
I don't work for him, Mr. Cartwright. I'm married to him. I'll get your room ready. You sure I can't fix you something? Some eggs or...
No, thanks, ma'am. I don't care for nothing, thank you. Miss Carter, I want to apologize for what happened last night.
No need, Mr. Cartwright.
Oh, I think there is.
Oh, well, let me give you some coffee.
You see, ma'am, I reckon it's sort of my fault. I reckon I ordered just a few too many drinks, that's all. Some fellas can hold their liquor better than others.
Don't make excuses for my husband, please. Last night was nothing new. If you hadn't have been with him, he wouldn't have come home at all.
It's mine!
Oh, excuse me.
Give it!
Children!
I picked it up first! You did not!
Now, just a minute, you two. The fact of the matter is that this is my broom, and I left it outside. Now, Timmy, if you and Sally can play nicely together, I'll let you use it. How's that?
Thank you, Mom. Thank you. And I'll be careful that Timmy doesn't break it. Come back here! Come back! Come back!
It's hard to believe the things children manage to argue over.
Yeah, it sure is. I think I'll take a stroll out and take a look at some of the stock.
I'll call you when Josh gets up.
Thank you, ma'am. And thank you for the coffee, too.
You're welcome.
Hi, kids. Now, don't tell me. Let me guess. Your name must be Timmy, and you must be Sally, huh?
How did you know our names?
Well, it's sort of magic.
Well, we don't know magic, so you'll have to tell us your name.
All right. My name is Hoss.
Huh?
I said my name is Hoss.
That's a funny name.
Well, it's not my real name.
Why didn't you tell us your real name?
Well, it's sort of a nickname.
What's a nickname?
Well, it's a name they give you besides your real one.
Didn't they like your real name?
Well, I reckon they liked it all right, but you see, a nickname is sort of a... Well, let me explain it to you this way. You see, when I was born, I was such a big young'un that they decided they'd call me Hoss, because I was as big as a horse, see?
But you're not a horse, you're a people. Why didn't they call you a giant?
That's a good question. I'll have to ask my pa.
I wish I had one of those nicknames. I wish I had one of them, too.
Well, ask your pa. He'll give you one.
No, we better not.
Why?
Because our pa's sick. He falls down and everything, and we're not supposed to bother him.
Well, maybe one of these days he'll be better.
If you gave us a nickname, then we'd have one. Oh, yes, would you?
Why, all right. But see a minute. I know. Sally, I'll call you Princess because you're so pretty.
Oh, I like that. I don't want to be a prince.
Oh, no. I got a very special name for you. How's,
Little Hoss.
Huh?
Little Hoss, because I'm going to be big, but I'm not big yet.
Now, how did you guess what I was going to say?
Maybe it was magic.
I'm sure it was.
Come on, Sally, let's go tell Mom.
Morning. Well, you've seen some of the horses? What do you think?
Well, I don't want to flatter you. I don't want that price going up.
I don't do business that way. A little flattery will get you everywhere with me.
Well, in that case, I'll tell you. Thus far, they're the finest looking bunch of animals I've ever seen in my life, bar none.
Good, but that's just a sample. It'll take 8 or 10 days to round up all the animals I want you to see.
Well, I got nothing but time.
That's good. A man ought to take his time picking good horses. Oh, excuse me, you want a drink?
No, thank you.
Just a little hair from the dog,
Josh, I don't want to bother you if you're busy, but the children are all ready.
Ready? Ready for what?
We had a picnic planned for today, you remember?
What do you mean, I remember? You think that's all I've got to think about today? Picnic? I'm running a ranch.
Well, yes, I know, Josh, but I just wondered if you could join us.
Look, if you two got plans, please go ahead with them. Don't mind me. I mean, I got nothing but time anyhow.
It would make the children so happy.
I told you I'm busy, Sarah. I have work in town. It's just like a woman, isn't it? Wants all the things money can buy, but can't understand why the husband has to work to get them. We'll have some of those other horses rounded up by tomorrow, and then we'll go out and take a look.
Well, I can't let all that fried chicken go to waste.
Oh, hi. took the liberty of hitching up our horses.
Oh, that was kind of you, but...
No, not kind. You don't know me very well, but when you mention fried chicken and picnics around horse cart rides, you got to figure on taking him with you.
I wonder what's keeping those children. Sally, Timmy, come on!
Oh, is Hoss coming, Mommy?
Yes, he is. Now, come on.
Oh, good.
Hurry up.
You bet we can. Jump in. Here we go. All aboard.
This is gonna be fun, Mommy.
We'll have a ball. Shoot up.
Gently down the stream, merrily, 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 life is but a dream. Row, row, row your boat gently down the stream. Merrily, 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 life is but a dream.
You rascals, you caught me.
I can play one more.
Timmy, you've been saying that all afternoon. You're going to wear Mr. Cartwright out.
Hey, I'll tell you what, kids. Why don't you go find me a dragon, and then I'll help you catch it.
But there's not such thing as a dragon.
Why, sure there is. Haven't you ever seen a lizard?
Yes, but lizards are little and dragons are big.
That's right, but they're just baby dragons, ain't they?
Hey, that's right, Sally. Come on.
Oh, man, I'm tired out. I feel like I've been riding trail for a month.
I can imagine. You've been at it all afternoon.
Well, I didn't really want to quit. You see, I was winning.
Are you married, Mr. Cartwright?
No, ma'am.
I thought you might be. You have such a way with children. I thought you might have some of your own.
No. I want to. My pa talks about how much fun it was raising us boys, watching us learn, and I'd like you to meet him sometime. I think you'd like him.
Well, if he's anything like his son, I know that I would. I haven't seen the children that happy in a long time. You've made quite an impression.
Well, leave it to a stranger to come along and spoil your young'uns, right?
Not always. The only other stranger they know is their father. I'm sorry. Yes, I'm not much fun at picnics anymore. My husband wasn't always like this, you know. That was a silly thing to say, you know. How could you know? You're a stranger.
Well, sometimes it's easier to talk to strangers.
Josh was a fine man. He was so devoted to his children. He used to spoil them too much, but he loved them. Especially Michael.
Michael?
He was our oldest. Oh, what a beautiful boy. He'd steal your heart in a minute. He went everywhere with his father. Josh used to put him on the saddle in front of him, and they'd ride half the day. And then one morning, the horse stumbled. It was nobody's fault. Our son died that night. So did my husband. Now, you two are going to have to finish that milk and get to bed. You've been fooling for an hour, and it's late.
Can't we stay up just a little longer? Maybe Daddy will be home.
I told you your father might have to work late tonight.
Why does Daddy have to work late every night?
Because he has to. Now, hurry up and finish. It's way past your bedtime.
But I'm not tired. Me neither.
I'll tell you what. You two hurry up and finish, and I'll tuck you in bed, and I'll give you a dream to dream.
What's a dream to dream?
Well, come along with me and I'll show you.
Good night, Mommy. Good night, Mommy.
Run along. Now, are you ready for that dream I promised you?
Oh, yeah.
All right. Now, shut your eyes. Real tight. Now, here's your dream. We can fly, really fly, just like great big birds. And we fly way up high in the sky to one of those great big fluffy white clouds. And when we get there, we find out that it's made out of marshmallow. And we can eat it. It's like candy. Then when we eat all of it we want, then we fly over to the next big white fluffy cloud. And when we get there, we find out that it's a great big soft pillow. And we lay down on it. And we go fast, fast asleep.
We didn't say our prayers. We have to say them before we get to go to sleep.
Doggone it, how come I didn't think of that? Sure you do.
Dear God, thank you for all the nice things we have. And please forgive us when we're bad because we don't mean it. And God, bless Mommy and Daddy. And please make Daddy feel good and not have to work so hard. Amen. Sally. Dear God, please bless our friend Haas and have him stay with us a long time. Amen. Good night, Haas. Good night, Haas. We'll dream our dream now.
Good night, sweethearts.
Good night.
That's quite a pair you got there.
Yes, they are. After the workout you gave them today, I think they'll sleep like logs.
Yeah, so will I.
I want to apologize again for my behavior today. I was feeling a little sorry for myself, I guess. I just wanted someone to feel sorry along with me.
Well, I reckon we all feel sorry for ourselves at one time or another. The main thing is not to make a habit of it. You know, being happy ain't that easy. You really got to work at it hard. I sound like my pa lecturing us boys.
No, you're right. It was so easy to be happy for so long. I guess I just never learned to work at it.
Well, it's never too late.
I wish I could believe that. For my husband's sake.
You could try.
Yes, but after all these years, it's not that easy.
Well, I didn't say it was going to be easy. I just said you could try. Well, it's getting late and I got a lot of stock to look at tomorrow. I think I better turn in. Good night, ma'am.
Boss.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Good night, sir.
Good night.
Boy, that's a mighty fine-looking bunch of animals. Not like that big chestnut mare. That big bay over there.
Cut them out and put them with the rest. That's all for today. We'll have the North herd in here in a couple of days. I think you'll like them even better.
Well, they're going to have to do something to beat this bunch.
I got some work to take care of in town, so see you bright and early day after tomorrow.
kids. Oh, wait a minute.
Timmy, Mr. Cartwright just came back. He's been working all morning.
Yeah, your mom's right. I'm sort of tuckered out to play games. But I'll tell you what. I'm not too tuckered out to go fishing. You got poles?
You bet. They're out in the tool shed. Come on, Sally, let's go get them.
You really don't have to.
No, I don't have to, but we do. I mean, if you're going to cook the fish, you're going to have to help catch them.
Oh, but I
No argument. Remember, I'm a guest.
don't know the slightest thing about fishing.
Well, Sarah, them fish don't know nothing about that, do they? Come on, let's go.
All right, but I warned you.
And so, the poor little servant boy grew up one day to be the king. How'd you like that?
That was great, Hoss. That boy sure was brave to kill 2 giants.
Boy, was he ever. Bet he was.
Can we hear a story about a princess? A story?
Children, it's late. You'd better be off to bed.
Good night, kids.
Good night. Good night, Hoss.
Bye, buddy. Bye, sweetie.
Well, does that do it for you?
Yep, sure does. You know, it's been a tough decision with all those good ones to choose from.
Well, I'm real happy you're pleased. I'm gonna go along with the drovers and get them in the corral, and I'll see you back at the house a little later.
Right.
Won't take long.
Oh, Hoss. I didn't even hear you come in. I was so busy. How'd everything go today?
Oh, fine. I just bought the finest bunch of horses I've ever seen in my life.
Did Josh come back with you?
No, he was going to round the rest of them up and then come on home later.
Good. That'll give me a chance to get everything ready.
Hey, boy, that smells good.
Beef stew used to be Josh's favorite.
Well, I'll guarantee it's mine. I just hope you made enough of it.
Don't worry, I did. Oh, I forgot to take the pie out of the oven.
You all right?
Oh, it's not too bad. Oh, that was silly of me.
Mrs. Carter, those hands are entirely too lovely to be grabbing a hot oven handle.
Oh, well, I haven't had a compliment like that in many a year, Mr. Cartwright.
I speak only the truth, ma'am, only the truth. I'll get it.
Excuse me, I better get dressed for dinner. How do I look?
Lovely. Absolutely lovely.
Thank you. It's all you're doing, you know.
Mine?
You told me to work at being happy. Well, a woman can't feel happy if she doesn't feel like a woman.
Well, in that event, you should be terribly happy.
I just hope Josh likes the way I look.
Well, if he doesn't, he's blind.
We got them all in the corral. Remember what I told you before. You're welcome to use my drovers if you want.
That's mighty generous of you, but once I send a telegraph to Paul, we'll have some fellows here in a day or two.
Suit yourself.
Josh, dinner's ready anytime you want.
I'm not hungry.
I made some beef stew.
I said I'm not hungry, Sarah.
Josh.
What is it, Sarah?
Nothing.
Well, I've got some paperwork to finish up. You make yourself at home.
Isn't blind. I just don't exist for him anymore. Oh, you know, it's funny. I was unhappy before you came here. But it was a different kind of unhappiness than I feel now. I guess I was just used to my life. It was the way things were, and that was that. Oh, I did so want him to look at me today.
Sarah, don't.
Mommy? What's the matter, Mommy?
Nothing, Timmy, nothing. Come on, you and Sally better have your supper.
Morning, Hoss.
Oh, morning there, little horse.
You have a good dream last night?
Pretty good, why?
I didn't. I couldn't sleep. Mommy cried all night.
Yeah. Well, Timmy, all of us cry every once in a while, I reckon.
My daddy never does, 'cause he's a man.
Yeah. Hey, how come you're not out playing with Sally?
Oh, she's over at Patty Benson's house playing those silly girls' games.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Hey, I got an idea. How come you and me don't go for a ride?
You mean it?
Well, little horse, why don't we pull up here and stop a minute? And let this old pony get a little rest. You know, it's kind of tough on him hauling two big fellows like you and me around all the time.
He's nice. What's his name?
Chubby?
Is that his real name or his nickname?
Well, he never did tell me his real name, so I just call him Chubby.
My pa won't let me have a horse because of what happened to my brother.
Well, maybe you will one of these days, Johnny, when you get a little bit bigger. My pa wouldn't let me have one either till I got big.
You have a pa?
Sure, I got a pa.
Then he must really be big.
Yeah. He's big, all right.
Does your pa dream?
Sure, everybody does.
I don't mean just regular dreams. I mean happy dreams, like you gave us.
Yeah, he has those dreams, too. Why?
I was just wondering. I wish I could ride with you every day, Hoss.
So do I, little buddy. So do I.
Maybe tomorrow we'll have some time.
How many times have I told you never to get on a horse? How many times?
Carter! Sarah, it's Cartwright. This is my son.
I didn't mean anything, Hoss. I didn't.
I know that, son. Run on in the house with your mommy. Carter, you had no call to do that. I asked the boy to go for a ride with me. Now, if there's anything wrong with that, then it's my fault.
You have no right to tell me how to discipline my son.
I do until you start treating him like a son. Anybody can have a child, but that doesn't make him a father.
Pack your things and get out of my house tonight.
Come on, it's all right.
You stop. In the name of heaven, stop!
Mommy!
Timmy, you go to your room.
What do you mean acting like that in front of the child?
What do I mean? Oh, how dare you say that to me? How dare you? It never seemed to bother you to stagger around drunk in front of your children day in and day out, never talking to them, never being a father to them. Michael wasn't your only child, you know, or did you forget that?
I told you never to mention my son's name!
Your son? I was his mother! Or did you forget that too? I carried that child around inside of me. When he died, part of me died too.
Well, if you feel so bad, why can't you understand the way I feel?
Because I can't! Because you have 2 children who need a father, and a wife who needs a husband. Oh, I just can't live with you anymore. Josh, I'm going to leave you. I'm taking the children and leaving.
That's nonsense. You don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, I do. I know exactly what I'm saying. We'll leave today.
You can't do that.
Yes, I can.
Sarah, don't leave me.
It won't work, Josh. I don't feel sorry for you anymore. It's been too long. I'm tired. A stranger came into this house and gave your children more love and attention than you've given them in 4 years. For the first time in their lives, they know what it's like to have a father.
All right, you want to go? Go ahead. I just don't want to hear about it anymore. Cartwright's the cause of this, isn't he?
I'm leaving because I have to. I've been looking for you.
I thought I'd take a little walk before I left.
So did I. I'm leaving too. It won't work, Hoss. You said I should try and I did. But it just won't work.
Are you sure?
I'm sure.
What about the children?
It won't be easy for them, I know. But the longer I wait, the harder it will be for them. They need someone who loves them.
What about you, Sarah?
Hi, kids.
Hoss, can we come in?
Sure, come in.
We want to talk to you.
All right.
Mommy said you were going to take us to town.
Well, your mama asked me to take you in the wagon, and I told her I would.
Daddy's not going, is he, Hoss?
No, honey, your daddy's not going.
Do you love Mommy?
Timmy, your mommy is a wonderful lady, and
You do love Mommy, don't you?
I love all of you.
We love you too, Hoss. That's why we know that you'll help us. You tell him. We didn't tell you the truth about Daddy. We didn't even tell God the truth because we didn't want God to be mad at him. Our Daddy's not sick. He drinks whiskey because he's sad. Mommy never told us, but we knew. He doesn't mean to be sad. He just forgot how to be happy. But you can help him, Hoss. Please give our Daddy a dream to dream.
I'll try.
Thank you, Hoss.
Here's a bank draft. I'll be leaving now. My drover should be here by tomorrow.
The horses are ready any time.
Is that all you got to say?
What else is there to say? You know, Cartwright, I've been sitting here for the past few hours trying to think of a way to stop my wife from leaving me. Everything from pleading with Sarah to fighting you, but neither one seems to make much sense. There's just no way to make someone love you.
Have you really tried, Carter?
No, I never tried. Not since Michael died. I suppose Sarah told you I killed my oldest son.
No, she told me it was an accident.
Yes, an accident, an accident. It could have happened to anyone, but it didn't happen to anyone. It happened to me. And the next... It seems like such a long time ago, but this morning it was only yesterday.
You know, it's been a long time for Sarah, too.
I know that. I'm not asking for forgiveness or sympathy, Cartwright.
Well, good. Because you ain't gonna get none here. For the last 4 years, you ain't been a father. You ain't been nothing. Nothing! You got a wife and 2 kids that need a lot of loving to make up for what you ain't give them.
These past 4 years have not been easy for me either.
Oh, come on, Carter. You ain't been suffering that guilt for yourself. You've been making Sarah and those kids suffer it. Let me tell you something. destroying their love was no accident.
Get out of here.
You don't love Sarah. You're just afraid of being alone.
No, I'm not afraid of being alone, Cartwright. I've worked very hard at that for these past 4 years.
Yeah, and you're going to keep working at it, aren't you? A man that loves his wife wouldn't sit back and watch another man take her away from him. You stay with that bottle. That's all you need, buddy.
Cartwright, I may not have Sarah anymore, but before you leave, you gotta know I love her.
Me and you are gonna find out just how much, ain't we? Now we know. Sarah, can you come over a minute? I want to talk to you. Your husband and I just fought.
Was he all right?
He's all right. Sarah, I'm not taking you with me.
Why?
Because he loves you. And you love him.
You're wrong, Hoss.
Am I, Sarah? Then tell me you love me. It's as simple as that. Just look at me straight and say, I love you. No, Sarah, you need me. You've needed somebody for a long, long time, and it was just me that showed up. And Sarah, there's a lot of difference in needing and loving. It's wrong for two people to lie to each other, or themselves. I've been telling myself all along that you love me, and I reckon I knew all along that what you really loved was something that you used to see in Josh. And I think that he'll give you those things again, Sarah. Do you remember me telling you that people had to work hard at being happy? I think Josh is ready for that work now.
If only I could be sure.
If I weren't sure, I'd never leave here without you. Give him a chance.
Time to go, Hoss?
No, little buddy, you're Mommy decided to stay here.
What do you mean?
I mean, you're all going to stay here and all be together.
Oh, Hoss, you did it. We knew you could. You gave our daddy a dream.
Yeah, that's right. I gave him a dream. Now, if I were you two, I'd run in the house and see him because I think he might have a kiss for you.